This is, oops, now I gotta, wait a minute. Right,
You turn,
right here.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. This is only my third time and I'm still getting used to this. Good morning. This is the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. It is July 20th. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau, Senate Chair. And to begin, I will have the members introduce themselves, beginning with Representative Beebe Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Penny Beebe Center, and I represent House District 93, the town of Owl's Head in the city of Rockland.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland and House District 33.
Good morning. My name is Ann Carney. I represent House District 30, Cape Elizabeth.
Good morning. I'm Janice Cooper. I represent House District 47, Yarmouth, Chesapeake Island, and Long Island.
Good morning. I'm Nate Libby. I represent the people of Lewiston in the Maine Senate. I've been temporarily appointed to the committee by the Senate President, standing in for Senator Carpenter.
Representative Warren.
Good morning. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent Hollowell, Manchester, and West Gardner in the House.
Thank you. We also have, but not in this room, members Representative Lois Rickett and Representative Patrick Corey. Oh, I didn't see, and Representative Chris Johansson. Did not see you. We have a full agenda. We will, first of all, I think I want to turn it over to Representative Warren, who will explain that this pretty much completes what we had outstanding, the bills that we're going to review today. So I will have Representative Warren explain other bills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there with us as we've worked through these bills. This will be our last day, and we are going to leave two bills specifically in committee that we already had a public hearing and a work session on, but are no longer needed. And Senator DeChambeau and I have had conversations with the folks that were behind those proposals. 608, LD 608 will be left in the committee. And as you all know, when we adjourn, that bill will die. And so that's being left here. Secondly, LD 1723, no longer needed. That will be left. The third is a different situation. It's LD 2144. This is a bill that was referred to us right before the legislature adjourned on March 17th. Therefore, it never had a public hearing. We did reach out to the sponsor, Representative John Andrews, and had conversations with him, and he was going to check with his constituents and make sure that they were set, that we were not going to have a public hearing on this bill. And that's the decision that was made. We gave him till 4 o'clock on Friday to get back in touch with us if he wanted to have a public hearing. He did not reach back out to us. Jane, our analyst, did speak to him earlier in the afternoon. So our assumption, and I have spoken with other folks, is that he no longer wants a public hearing on that bill. And so that's why LD 2144 will additionally be left in committee. But otherwise, because of all of you amazing people, we will finish all of our bills today. So that's good news. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity. I'll entertain any questions if anybody has any questions about those three. Thank you.
Thank you. Today, as Representative Warren stated, we have 4 bills. We will begin with LD 2037, an act to amend the criminal code. We discussed that last week, and it was tabled for a language change. I will turn it over to, oh, I didn't introduce, I'm sorry. Jane Orbiton, our policy analyst, is with us, and also Jeanette Cedric, who pretty much keeps us straight, all of them. So Ms. Orbiton, if you could speak on LD 2037, please, thank you.
Okay. And this is the CLAC bill on the criminal code. It contains a number of different provisions in different parts. When this bill was worked last week, there were a couple of questions, and in your supplemental packet from today, there are 2 proposed amendments at the end of the supplemental packet. And one is treats section 1609, and one requires annual reporting by the MIAC. And I'd be happy to defer to Representative Warren if she'd like to take the MIAC one first.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Orbiton. So as far as the MIAC amendment added to this CLAC bill, basically it asks for MIAC to come in front of or present to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee at the way it's written by February 1st. Their privacy audits, et cetera. These are pieces that were agreed to unanimously by the advisory board at a meeting that many of us attended on Thursday. I did speak with Commissioner Soschuk yesterday afternoon. He supports this amendment and has asked that we make one change, and the one change is to instead of February 1st, 2021, to have the report back by March 1st, 2021, so that they can have the time to gather their previous privacy audits from the time before and from the year before, excuse me, and present them to us. So I would like to amend the amendment here to say March 1st, as opposed to February 1st. And I'm happy to
Is there
answer
a second?
questions about that amendment.
Is there a second? And then we can discuss. Seconded by Representative BB Center. Anyone have any questions on that recommendation?
Yeah, and I didn't make a motion yet because we also need to talk about the CLAC bill, the CLAC amendment. Maybe Mr. Pelletier would like to present his amendment.
Sure. You'll recall that in the CLAC bill, Section A1 added a provision to Section 1609, which dealt with crimes that were committed during while a person was in execution of their sentence. And the CLAC recommendation dealt with the time period between the imposition of the sentence and a later, during a stay of execution that was after the imposition of the sentence. And it addressed a similar problem, which is that under the criminal code, you can't have a sentence of imprisonment that is consecutive to a split sentence, a sentence where someone is on probation. In the current law that we added to, that the CLAC language added to, for crimes committed during execution of a sentence, so that's while someone was in jail or prison, the sentence for that crime had to be non-concurrent. So the sentences didn't run at the same time, and the way you achieved that was you interrupted the current sentence and you served the new sentence, and then the current sentence picked up. And that was to deal with the problem of people who were on probation and you couldn't have a consecutive sentence to a sentence of probation. Clark had identified these other areas where the same problem arises that dealt during a stay of execution, when someone committed a new crime or violated bail or failed to report to jail as they were supposed to. In the Clark proposed language, the decision of the judge whether to make the sentence non-concurrent, in essence consecutive, or concurrent, was left to the discretion of the judge, unlike existing law with respect to crimes committed while in service of a sentence. There was an objection to that by one of the interested parties, and it appeared that there was some support on the committee for eliminating what in essence was a mandatory provision that in certain circumstances made the new sentence non-concurrent. So it called for, it was described as calling for a mandatory consecutive sentence. So sensing that there was interest in that position, I worked with Jane did most of the work, to come up with a new provision that where we would repeal 1609 and enact 1609A. And what that provision does is it makes all of the sentences that are covered by this provision discretionary. So the judge can impose a concurrent sentence, or the judge can impose a non-concurrent sentence. And if the person is on probation, that's accomplished, as I said, by interrupting the sentence. You serve the new sentence, and then the first sentence picks up. And that applies in 4 circumstances. That applies to when an individual is serving an undischarged term of imprisonment, which was the original law, is convicted of a crime during the stay of execution, which was part of the Clark recommendation, is convicted of a crime committed after failure to report on a stay of execution, or is convicted of failure to report after a stay of execution. So those circumstances are added to the existing circumstance where a judge can interrupt a sentence that's being served and impose a non-concurrent sentence. But what this recommendation does is it makes in all 4 instances that decision whether to be concurrent or non-concurrent at the discretion of the judge. So it's not mandatory either way. So if under the circumstances the judge wants to impose a concurrent sentence, the judge can do so. If the judge wants to impose a consecutive sentence, the judge can do that. And if the person is serving a split sentence, the judge will do that by interrupting the current sentence and having the new sentence served before the current sentence finishes out. So that is what the suggestion is. And it's sort of, it's not, I haven't discussed this with Clark members. It's not really a Clark recommendation. It was my attempt to work with Jane to craft language that seemed to satisfy policy position that at least some of the members were interested in.
Do you have any questions to elaborate on that one? Pretty much understand it. Do you wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion ought to pass as amended, including these 2 amendments, one from myself and Representative BB Center and one from John Pelletier of Clack.
Seconded by Representative BB Center. No questions, if everybody's ready for a vote. Where is, our clerk is coming to call for the vote. I'd like to also mention that we have a hybrid of a team. Our committee clerk was unavailable, and Darlene Semino, who's the clerk for transportation, is joining us and helping us out today.
Senator? Senator Shambo?
Yes.
It's Shane. Can I
yes.
just confirm the ought to pass as amended is with the two amendments today and the amendment that was presented by the Criminal Law Advisory Committee at the public hearing, which was in the packet last week.
Can you refresh my memory anyways?
That that amendment contains some the finer points of how you draft legislation with regard to the sex offender registry. And it also repeals a section on sexual assault, high risk sex offenders, predicting who is a high risk sex offender.
All right, is anybody?
Do you want that one read to you?
So, so all three then? If we
Yes.
discuss that, all right. Unless anybody, oh, Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add that on the MIAC amendment to this bill, just to make sure, Jane, that we change it to March 1st as opposed to February 1st,
And that's March 1st of every year?
every year,
Yes.
starting March 1st, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so there were three, so we're all ready to vote on those? Ms. Semino, thank you.
All right, Senator Dashenbolt.
Oh, yes.
Senator Dashenbolt is a yes. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Cooper?
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Bibi Center?
Yes.
Representative Bibi Center, yes. Representative Senator Libby?
Yes.
Senator Libby, yes. Representative Carney?
Yes.
Representative Carney, yes. And Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. You're welcome. And what LD is this? Because you said.
And as always, other members have till tomorrow, 24 hours, to register their vote, those who are not with us right now. Moving right along, the second item is LD 1422, an act regarding conditions in correctional facilities for female prisoners. This is presented, or I should say sponsored by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. Miss Overton?
Yes, thank you. This bill, sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross, is regarding conditions in correctional facilities for female prisoners. This bill has a proposed amendment from Representative Talbot Ross. That amendment is in your original final packet for today's meeting. So it is in this packet, it is the first on the list. And I will let, I believe Representative Talbot Ross is here. I'd be happy to have her explain to you her proposed amendment.
Yes, Representative Talbot Ross? She's mute.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, that's better. Thank
So
you.
good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see all the distinguished members of Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland, and the proud sponsor of LD 1422. As you may recall from previous conversations earlier this spring, this bill came out of meetings with women at the Southern Maine Women's Re-Entry Center, along with women who are incarcerated at the Maine Correctional Center in Wyndham. The discussions came out of concerns about visitation with their children and a seemingly disconnect between what the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Corrections visitation policies lined up. While on paper they line up, absolutely, there were a number of women who complained that they were challenged from seeing their children if the children were under a DHHS Office of Child and Family Services case management system, if they were included in it. So I met with Dr. Pollard and Dr. Landry from the Department of Health and Human Services. I've had conversations with the Department of Corrections in crafting the amendment that you see before you today. It was agreed that we could do a little bit better to align those two visitation policies, and that's why you see it in Section 1. What we're doing is making sure that the monthly report that goes to OPEGA currently does now include the children of parents who are incarcerated, so that we have a specific way of looking at their status embedded in this monthly report. That does not add any pressure to either of the departments to include them specifically. That's in Section 1. You will see that also in looking at the visitation policy, we are correcting how those two things line up. The other thing this bill does is looks at the Board of Visitors for all correctional facilities. And as our discussion last spring detailed, the Board of Visitors has very specific task. In current law, each correctional facility, that would be our jails and our prisons, should have a Board of Visitors of no more than 5 people. You can see in the bill the terms. What I have discovered in looking at Board of Visitors is even this morning when I went online, it's very difficult to see which facilities actually have a current Board of Visitors. The Maine State Prison currently has 4 members. Mountain View only has 2 members. And the last time that the Mountain View Board of Visitors even issued a report, which they're supposed to be doing, was in 2018. Bolduc does not have a Board of Visitors listed on its website. Maine Correctional Center in Wyndham, which was the subject of a lot of discussion last spring, currently has no Board of Visitors, at least not on their website. Nobody. York County Jail does not have one on their website, although I do think that they have one that is in process of being formed. I know that the Penobscot County Jail is probably the most active, along with the Cumberland County Jail. They do have active Board of Visitors, but it is very inconsistent across our correctional facilities. One of the tasks that the Board of Visitors are supposed to have in statute is to ensure that there's transparency around the mental health needs, and that mental health providers are able to go inside. That's not happening either. So this bill attempts to clean up the Board of Visitors. It does so by also adding a 6th member, which would be someone who has either a lived experience by being in a jail and prison. The amendment shows 2 additional members, one for a woman who had experienced incarceration in a jail, and one for a woman who had experienced incarceration in a state prison, which are 2 different experiences. But we felt the need to really add to address the lack of Board of Visitors operating at our jails and prisons, number one. That's number one. But number 2, to add membership to the Board of Visitors for specifically to deal with how women are incarcerated. This committee's done an excellent job of understanding that women who are incarcerated have a very different experience, very different needs of men who are incarcerated. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on what you think of incarceration, our systems were designed by men for men. And so the need to put 2 women on the Board of Visitors for each correctional facility allows for us to see those different needs and those different experiences. It does create a Board of Visitors for women who are incarcerated at the state prison. And as I said, Maine Correctional Center currently has no Board of Visitors. So there is no one kind of paying attention to what's going on for women in Wyndham, at the 2 facilities in Wyndham. So it creates that as well. I think I'll stop there. And I know that you probably have quite a bit of questions, but we're trying to really take a look at how women are incarcerated and how they're experiencing incarceration in the state of Maine. And as the primary caregivers for their children, really trying to just make some, I would say, fairly minor changes to making sure that our visitation policies align with between DHHS and DOC. So that is the bill.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Does anybody else, you have questions of Ms. Talbot Ross? I have one. I want a clarification. I don't know why I missed this. Representative Talbot Ross, on number 2, appointment. So you're recommending that each jail, unless there's a sheriff that manages 2 jails, but I would say like 15 sheriffs, each have a Board of Visitors for their jail?
That's correct.
Okay.
And as you just stated, the law says that you can combine a Board of Visitors for those smaller jails or the 72-hour holds. I mean, you know, whatever that looks like, the law still provides for, you can join a BOV. But this is a critical, you know, transparency for the public and the only form of oversight for these facilities. So, yes.
And the Department of Corrections, even though it's stated that I guess each facility should have one, there aren't, you pointed that out, that there would be one more Board of Visitors specifically for female population?
That's correct, Senator. I do believe, and there's plenty of evidence. I mean, this is not something that, you know, I came up with. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that women who are incarcerated have very different experiences than men. And because of that, there should be, at the state prison level, there should be a Board of Visitors that is just paying attention to the needs of women. At the county level, we are adding one or two, we are adding one seat for a woman who had experienced incarceration in a jail and one for a woman who had experienced incarceration in a prison. And that way, both systems have the input of the lived experience of women who are experiencing incarceration in the state of Maine.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions?
I have an additional amendment if when the time is right.
Representative Reckitt?
Yes, this is not a opposition to Representative Talbot Ross's amendment, but I would like to see added into section 5(1)(a) on women's services. My point in reading this is on sexual assault and healthcare, but it was not articulated that there was an intertangled issue. So I would like to see another sentence inserted that says something of the sort of at least one of these appointees. This is in the Board of Visitors under section 5. At least one of these appointees must have experience / understanding of the needs of victims of domestic violence.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion to, if I can make one, to add that to the piece.
Second.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Representative Carney?
Senator,
Yes.
this is
Ms.
Jane. This gets a little confusing because the rules here are different from the rules for amending on the floor of the House or the Senate. So I think a more streamlined way to approach it might be to ask Representative Talbot Ross if she would be willing to amend her amendment to include Representative Reckitt's suggestion.
Exactly my thought.
Representative Talbot Ross, are you willing to amend your amendment to include Representative Reckitt's?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking, and thank you for the suggestion, Representative Reckitt.
Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to ask the sponsor if she would be willing to amend section 1 of the bill, which talks about the reporting requirements regarding the status of children served by the Office of Child and Family Services. And I was hoping that maybe we could include also a reporting of children who are also in other systems, particularly the Department of Corrections, so that we have a better picture of how the criminal justice system really impacts families and the children involved. So not just OCFS, but also the Department of Corrections, whether the child be on supervision, some sort of probation, or incarcerated within the state.
Representative Talbot Ross, are you also willing to amend your amendment with that suggestion?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I absolutely think that that is an improvement to the bill, and I appreciate this suggestion by Representative Morales. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question of Representative Morales. I thought it was in there, but you're talking the status of the residents right now who are incarcerated. You use the term children, and I'm trying to figure out what that is. Maybe I didn't understand your motion, I mean, your concern correctly.
If I can clarify.
Yes, please.
So as I read section 1 of Representative Talbot Ross's bill, it's requesting for those folks, adults who are incarcerated in the DOC system, a report be given that also includes the children of those folks who are in one system, the DHHS system. So I'm just asking that that report also include whether or not there are children of those folks incarcerated who are also involved somehow in the Department of Corrections under the juvenile department.
Okay, including probation. Or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Anyone have any questions at all? And Representative Talbot Ross, you agree with those two suggestions?
Absolutely. They improved the bill dramatically. Thank you very much.
Okay. Representative Connie?
Yes, I have a question, and this is, I think, for the analyst. In section 1, is the department that's issuing the monthly report, is that the Department of Health and Human Services or the Department of Corrections?
Thank you. I was actually just about to bring that up because I'm having trouble figuring out how Representative Morales's suggested changes to section 1 of the bill fit with section 1 of the bill, because section 1 of the bill is a report from the Department of Health and Human Services about the status of children served by the Office of Child and Family Services, Child Protective, Child Welfare. And so it's not a report from DOC, and it's not about parents people who are incarcerated who are also parents. So I'm kind of having trouble fitting all that together.
That's a very good question. I guess now that I'm reading it, I'm a little confused. I know what the intent is, but I think we need to clarify. Representative Warren.
If I may, I think that the ask is, in addition to asking the Office of Child and Family Services to issue a report, also we're asking the Department of Corrections to issue a report. 2 entities, 2 reports, both monthly, on the status of, are there children involved in these systems?
Thank you. So we've got to include that somehow. Anybody got a suggestion or what they'd like to have? Yeah. But we have to specify, don't we?
I intended my language to be that specification.
Okay.
Do you want me to say it again?
No. Jane?
Well, I was going to suggest, since section 1 is really about DHHS and it's in Title 22, you would need to add a sort of parallel reporting requirement for the Department of Corrections in Title 34A.
Do you have a suggestion, Ms. Overton?
Well, I could write something that is based on the type of reporting that's in section 1. I could write something new for Title 34A that requires the Department of Corrections to report on the status of the children of adults in the Department of Corrections system. But that gets me to the question of, are you talking about any adult with a child, a dependent child, not just female?
So we pretty much understand that now, and thank you, Representative Connick, for bringing that up. So they're parallel. One is the Office of Child and Family Services, a report on the status of children served by that unit. And the other one with the Department of Correction of children of parents of individuals incarcerated in the state prisons. Is everybody, and that's the intent? And, all right. So a motion to, as amended?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended with the amendments that we've made this morning to Representative Talbot Ross's amendment. So ought to pass as amended.
Seconded by Representative Beebe Center. There's no further discussion.
Senator, I'm
Yes,
sorry to slow you up, but I'm not quite sure what's in the report, what the reporting requirement is. The new reporting requirement in 34A is for DOC to report monthly to the Criminal Justice Committee, but is it on children in the custody of the department, or is it on children of people in the custody of the department? And if it's the latter, you're doing that without regard to gender or with regard to gender?
Representative Morales?
Yes, my intent, Jane just, or Ms. Orbiton, is that it's the same language that is in the purple sheet, section 1, number 5. The same language would be for both departments. But I was unclear that this was a gendered bill anyways, and so maybe, is that right? Is this only applied to parents who are female? I was assuming it applied to all parents. And I would hope that that's what we were discussing, that this is not a gendered bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Liberty, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So I guess I need clarity. So of the 1,900 individuals that are incarcerated with the Maine Department of Corrections, the report would indicate how many children are I'm not quite sure. What are we seeking here? With numbers, how many males, how many female youth? I need clarity on the scope of the report, because obviously if I have 1,900, sometimes close to 2,000 incarcerated individuals, both male and female, what would the report indicate? Numbers, gender? If they're involved in the juvenile justice system, it's a very heavy lift to have those kinds of numbers, and it's a moving target. Obviously, if we have 100 releases monthly on average, I may need additional staff to track that sort of information. Thank you.
I have Representative Warren followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've gone a little far afield, and please correct me if I'm the one who's mistaken. This is a bill about conditions in correctional facilities for female prisoners. And I believe, and Representative Talbot Ross, maybe I shouldn't be the one speaking, maybe you should be, so please correct me. As we've been having conversations, we know that over 80% of the women that are incarcerated have children. We are concerned about what's happening to those children. We're concerned about how many of those children end up within the custody of the Office of Child and Family Services. And additionally, Representative Morales is asking that we also keep track of how many of those children of women that are incarcerated end up in the custody of the Department of Corrections. That is, as far as I understand it from our conversation this morning, I think it's gotten a little bit misconstrued here, not by anybody's purpose or fault, but I think our conversation got us a little off the stream. We want to keep track of all of these children, these Maine children that as we watch the number of women in our state be incarcerated rise, we're trying to keep track of what's happening to these children. What systems are they ending up in? And that should be data that we use as we make decisions to incarcerate or not incarcerate women. So that's my understanding. Representative Talbot Ross, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to weigh in on this. You stated it correctly that there are two objectives here. One is to report on the status of children whose parent, the language is quite clear in section 1. It says whose parent or primary caregiver, parent or primary caregiver. That's the language. And so to follow that throughout the bill, as it would apply now to a report by the Department of Corrections on how many of those children end up in the DOC system. So it is, you stated it correctly, and the language is parent or primary caregiver, which is not gendered.
If I could ask a question.
I hope, I just want to make sure that I'm answering your question, Representative Warren, about the two populations of youth that we're trying to track, and to answer the commissioner's question. How many of those children end up in that system? Yes.
Clearly I misunderstood, because I had the assumption that it was gendered, that we are talking about women who are parents or primary caregivers. And then we're talking about, you know, a finite number as opposed to everybody incarcerated.
Well, as you pointed out, 80% of the parent or primary caregiver with primary caregiver responsibilities are women. So this bill would apply to that population that is overwhelmingly women. But for those children who are under the primary care of a male who is incarcerated in the system, I don't think that the attention to that child's status or their conditions, particularly if they end up in the under the Department of Corrections care, should be any less informative, because we're keeping our eyes on the children at this point. And that's why you see the language the way that it is. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have a way to help, but I may not. Instead of saying parent or primary caregiver, is what we're actually going for primary caregiver? Because I got to say that there are a lot of folks that, you know, have children, but are we trying to report on those as well if they aren't the primary caregiver?
Someone said yes? That, it all started with Commissioner Liberty asking a very important question. 1,900 people, and men have children too. They're not the primary caretakers. A lot of women, even though they have children, I don't know how that question was asked, and 80% are not the primary caregiver, that even prior to their incarceration or the commission of their crime, their children were placed to live with aunts, uncles, grandparents, or what have you. So that's not the primary caregiver. So those are definitions, and that's something the department is just asking, and I am too. There's a way to, you know, do an intake form where you can ask those questions if you want to be specific about it. I don't think we're there yet. At least I'm not. I can't. I'm hearing different things. And I agree, it's not a gender issue. There are men who are primary caregivers for their children, very few of them, but we're not going to forget those children. So we want a status report on how children are impacted by their parents' incarceration. Unfortunately, this is a gender bill, and that's what's confusing. And I know that's the concern that many people have about moms going to prison. But dads are going to prison and they're the primary caretakers. So what are we looking at? Are we worried about all those children? Did I see a hand up? I'm sorry.
Not me. Lois.
Patrick, Corey, and Rick afterwards. Thank you.
Hi, should we consider changing the name of the bill then, or the title? If we're going to sort of go more in this direction where we're looking at sort of the children of people that are incarcerated, and then yeah, I mean, since really now we're dealing with the Board of Visitors and the necessity to fill those slots, which I can't figure out why they're not filled, and then two, to deal with looking at who the parents are of these children, or who these children are. I think it's probably a good idea to just change the name of the bill as well.
Representative Reckett, you had your hand up.
Yes, I got a little confused because to me, when I read the current section 1, I don't see why the report that we're asking for from the Office of Child and Family Services wouldn't be totally duplicative of what Representative Morales was asking us to get from the Department of Corrections. I mean, this language says we're going to know from Office of Child and Family Services how many people that they have in their bailiwick who are whose kids are in DOC custody. Who are in custody at DOC, and so their kids are implicated in some way. I don't understand what else we get by having the Department of Corrections report in addition to that. So maybe I'm just not understanding, Victoria, what you're trying to get at, but it seems to me we're going to get the same numbers twice.
Senator Libby, please.
Thanks. So for Jane and Commissioner Liberty and for Representative Reckett, maybe I could just try to help separate the two pieces. We've got an amendment on our green sheet that talks about getting data on children under the custody of OCIFS, children of caregivers who are incarcerated. So that's group number 1. And it seems like there's consensus on getting a report from DHHS, Office of Child and Family Services, on group number 1. And Representative Morales is proposing a new report for group number 2. Group number 2 is a different set of children. This is a group of children who are under the custody of Department of Corrections and whose caregivers are in Department of Corrections. And it's group number 2 that we're trying to figure out additional new language for. And I think that's the scope, that's the universe of people, Commissioner Liberty, that we're trying to see if DOC can provide a report to us on. Representative Morales, is that the two different groups and what we're trying to figure out?
Representative Morales.
Thank you. Yes, that is perfectly stated. They're two separate groups. Exactly. And, and I appreciate what Representative Talbot Ross said, that these are our children. And we know how harmful the criminal justice system can be on all of our children. And, I know we've talked a lot about wanting to know this, and that making this a priority is really important. So I hope that we can figure out a way that we can provide this data, because it'll better inform our policies as we move forward.
I just want to express a concern that we're talking about reports, data, and then what? What does that give us? Data so that we can somehow figure out that parents, especially moms, shouldn't be incarcerated. You know, once you have the data, once you know the children are there, it's really the department. I think the onus is the department having policies in reunification and parenting skills with those children, not just the fact that they have them. What, I don't know what that does other than just give data for something else. So Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what is happening now is that these children are not being reported in any way. I sit on Health and Human Services as well, and I can't remember a conversation that we had with OCFS about these children who have parents that are incarcerated. And so by adding them to their current child welfare monthly indicator report will actually help inform other policy and practice, because at the end of the day, and I will go back to Representative Warren's point, this is about women who are incarcerated and the very different ways in which women experience that, particularly if they are the primary caregiver of their children. So it gets us a lot. It makes visible these children in a system, and we get to learn their status every month. So it's really important that they're included in the OCFS Child Welfare Monthly Indicator Report. And there was no opposition from DHHS, OCFS to do so. It's a minor. There is no additional burden on the department. Where I see Representative Morales' point is what we want to be able to do is look at how many of those children then end up within the DOC system. That tells us a lot about how to interrupt that generational transference of incarceration. So it would give us a lot of information that we don't currently have now. And we're not talking about these children in all of our policy making because they're not appearing anywhere on anyone's report. That's not to say the DOC isn't doing a good job. That's to say that those children that live in these two worlds and their primary caretakers, that is a population of people that we don't talk about. And so it gets us a lot. If you were to, in my opinion, I appreciate the addition, Representative Morales, because we're not paying attention to that generational transference of incarceration. Just one other point to Representative Warren's point, the reason why, or to Representative Corey's point, I really believe we have to keep this bill as a bill that focuses on the gender responsiveness of primary caretaking and what it is like to be a female incarcerated in either the county jail system or the state system. The language is there to provide that primary caregiver role incorporates a number of different people in a child's life. But to be clear, this is a bill about women who are incarcerated and their children and their status of what our gender responsiveness to that looks like. Thank you very much, Senator.
We could be talking about this for a while. We're going to take a 10-minute break as a committee and caucus and come right back.
Hi.
Lois, can you mute yourself before we start our caucus?
Good idea. Sorry about that. Okay. Done.
Just faster.
I thought I did, but it didn't take for some reason.
thank you, being patient. I think we had a productive discussion. I will recognize Representative Carney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I wanted to take us back to the clarification that Senator Libby made regarding who these two sets of people are who we want information about. The one being the caregivers, but the other being the children. How many of the children who are in Long Creek or who are involved with probation have parents who are within the Department of Corrections? And I have a question actually for Commissioner Liberty, having that clarification of the information that we're seeking with this amendment that we're discussing, how onerous would it be to obtain that information? Again, it's looking at, I guess there's 35 children in Long Creek and then another number of them who are involved via probation. How onerous would it be to look at that subset of people and then determine how many had primary caregivers or parents who were in the correction system?
We have that information available to us. And so if we're going from, the youth that are incarcerated at Long Creek or those that are on probation with us, we could certainly obtain that information for you in that order. We could certainly do that for you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make a comment on what is being proposed? Representative Warren?
I'm just wondering if Jane needs the specific language that we've been talking about. I think Representative Morales and Representative Talbot Ross were on a call and they've got the language. And Representative Morales, are you ready to present that?
Yes. Yes, we have the following language that Molly Bogart from OCFS has helped us to edit. And the way, so it's in addition to section 1, number 5, the second sentence that begins with the report must include at a minimum information on the department's caseload, the location of the children in the department's custody. And here's where the edit comes in the language. The number of children in the department's custody whose parent or primary caregiver is known by the Office of Child and Family Services, and I would add, and the Department of Corrections, to be incarcerated in a state jail or correctional facility. And so the is known is also recognizing that sometimes the information may be difficult to obtain. And so to the extent possible, that information will be provided as it is available to both departments.
Representative Morales, when you said custody, you including probation, the children, in other words, DOC's youth, either in custody, like at Long Creek, or on probation?
That's right.
Okay.
And I believe Commissioner Liberty just said that he has that information that they could provide. Is that right, Commissioner?
I do have that information. That's very doable. I would just like to make sure we get the county's voice in this legislation. I saw that Sheriff Lancaster had something to comment. I'd love to hear from him.
So I'm also hearing from a county administrator. So do we have questions of the county to ask? Is it either Sheriff Lancaster or I'm hearing from Amy Fowler? Does anyone on the committee have?
First of all, I'm sorry, Sheriff Lancaster, did you have something to mention on this?
Yeah, so I had curiosity about clarification on subsection 8 or section 8 as it relates to visitation standards of Title 22. section 4041. What are you asking county jails to do?
All right, we'll put that aside. We're still, I believe, talking about the data. I think if we're all set with that, we'll proceed with Sheriff Lancaster.
Could you ask Amy Fowler if she was wanting to weigh in on the data?
Okay. One moment, Sheriff Lancaster, will come right back to you. Commissioner Fowler has something to say. If it's about data, we'll go to that. If not, if it's similar to your question, we'll come back to you. All right, one moment. Ms. Fowler? Yes. Is this about the data we're discussing so we can close that and then talk about the jail specifically?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the work you folks are doing on this. With regards to the additional data that is being requested of these facilities, my concern is that we're doing a duplication of the data that's already being received into the facilities. I believe DHHS has to collect this data, and the DOC does a very good job at distributing it. So I guess I'm just concerned that we're going to have a duplication of data seekers, and therefore things are going to get a little different. It speaks clearly in section 1 about the data that was going to be collected starting July of 2000. So my question is, what have you received for data since July of 2000? And what have we learned to collect from it and that we don't need? I guess I'm just concerned that we're gonna get more confusing data, but it speaks very clearly that that was supposed to start in July of 2000. Thank you.
Representative Talbot Ross, can you speak on that and that concern? You'll have to unmute, please. Thank you. Are you having difficulty, Representative Talbot? You are?
Can you hear me now, Senator? Senator? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I don't see it as a duplication. What we're asking is for the monthly report of the status of those children. So there is no duplication. I mean, the data, if it's available, is now going to be cross considered with the report from OCFS. I don't see it. I don't actually get the point. Because we're talking about reportable data that comes to this committee of jurisdiction. I don't know that, are you saying that you currently get this information?
We do not receive this information. I think there was a mistake there. We do not receive this information.
Correct. So that's the, with all due respect, that would be the point.
All right. Ms. Orbiton, are you pretty clear on the language that Representative Morales put forth? Jane?
Yes, sorry. No, I am not clear whether she is suggesting that the language in section 1 of the bill be changed, or she's suggesting some only slightly changed language for a new section on DOC reporting? Because section 1 is on DHHS reporting.
Representative Morales?
Thank you. And thank you, Jane. And I get that this is sort of not, this is more your area than mine to figure out where to put the intent of this policy in. So I'm open to your suggestions on where best you think it should go. I recognize we are in Title 22. That is a Health and Human Services section. And so whether it goes in a different section requiring the DOC to provide its reporting of its children, maybe it would, again, this is not my area of statute drafting, but maybe it would go in cross-referencing here in 22 MRSA section 4003 to cross-reference the DOC's duty as well. But that's about all I can say about that.
Okay, and I'm not trying to make it difficult. I just need to know who's reporting and on what. So if it's DOC reporting, that's clear. And what are they reporting on?
So I just sent you, if you open up your email, Ms. Orbiton, I sent you some draft language that OCFS had sent about what they would report on and how that language would be. And I read it into the record just now. So, but I sent it to you so that you could have it. I think it would be very similar language. So it would be a separate section. And again, I'm not sure exactly where in the code it would fit best, but the department, meaning the Department of Corrections, would report the number of children in the department's custody or supervision whose parent or primary caregiver is known by the department to be incarcerated in a state jail or correctional facility. Is that clear?
And are you including children in the department in DOC custody and children under juvenile correctional officers?
Right, in custody and supervision. So those two words go together to incorporate all of the children who are involved in the Department of Corrections on the juvenile corrections side.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
So we're all set on that one. Can move on to another part of the bill that Sheriff Lancaster brought up. Sheriff Lancaster, yes, please tell us your concern. I believe it was on visitation.
Right. So thank you. I would like clarification on the Title 22s and what that again means to county facilities. Because as you well know, that jails aren't made for children. We can't even take juveniles into our facilities. So I guess potentially it could have a huge impact on county taxpayers.
Representative Talbot Ross, do you wish to elaborate on that visitation or answer the sheriff's concern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have a question and then can answer it. So I need a little clarification. Is the sheriff saying that children don't visit their parents in county jails? There are no children that visit their parents in county jails?
So there are, during our regular visitation, we do allow who's ever watching the child to bring them in to meet their parent. What I'm curious about is how much more do you want the counties to do?
So I don't, thank you for clarifying the question, because you made me nervous for a second thinking that we are not allowing those children who can and are able to visit their parents to visit them. What this does, Title 22 talks about rehabilitation and reunification. And all this section does is say, to the extent that we don't violate any security of the institution. So that ultimately is what the standard is, provided that the department may restrict when the restriction or prohibition is necessary for the security of the institution. We want to align departmental policy and institutional procedures so that any chance of reunification or rehabilitation for parenting is provided. It isn't a mandate that says you must provide it. It says that to the extent possible that you can provide the rehabilitation and the reunification. The purpose of this is to try to keep, to the extent possible, without jeopardizing security, that family unit together, because all evidence suggests that one of the best forms of rehabilitation is to keep the natural support system in place for both the children, the person who is incarcerated, and the entire family. So this just aligns that to say, to the extent possible, you're going to make sure that that reunification and rehabilitation, as it relates to visitation, is aligned and maintained. It doesn't add, it's not adding any further burden on the county jail system that you currently have.
So
no additional burden.
So right now, we have contact, but not physical contact. Are you saying that this bill allows me to continue that the parent can see the child, which we allow now, but they don't physically touch, and because there are security issues with that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that your current visitation policies remain in effect. We're not changing those. And if you can see the language, we're just making sure that that positive parent-child interaction can be maintained. So it's not adding any, I see Mr. Overton's hand is raised. It is not adding any, telling you how that interaction occurs, as long as the emotional and physical well-being of that child is taken into consideration. So there is no additional burden.
What does, I mean, you just said a lot, but what does that mean?
Well, it means the exact same thing that you're doing now, right? I'm guessing that you currently make sure that that child and parent or primary caregiver's interaction is done to ensure the emotional and physical well-being of all parties intended. So it doesn't expand on that or add to that in any way. This is making sure that families and our children who have parent or primary caregiver incarcerated, that natural support system is made, is maintained. It is done in accordance with how the Department of Health and Human Services looks at rehabilitation and reunification that currently applies to foster children in their system. So it's aligning department policy and institutional procedures to ensure that that well-being of the child and the person who's incarcerated is maintained. There is no additional burden on the jails. It's aligning that the rehabilitation and the reunification as expressed by DHHS in Title 22. It's making sure those things are aligned. Thank you.
I still see some ambiguity there. I apologize for that. The alignment, does that mean that if DHHS says that they need to be together, there will be a real cost to that?
With all due respect, again, this isn't a mandate. This gives you what is necessary for the security of the institutions maintained, and it says you're providing time in a manner that meet the reunification and rehabilitation standards, which is to ensure the emotional and physical well-being of the child during any interaction or visitation with its parent. So I guess we just disagree. I don't see any additional burden here. If in fact you are allowing children to visit their parents or primary caregivers while they're incarcerated in county jails.
But they don't have physical contact.
This is not, I don't see where this is mandating physical contact. And in all due respect to the committee, I'm not sure, Senator Shambo, if you want us to keep going back and forth, but with all due respect to your
I was
process.
just about to stop both of you going
Thank
back
you.
and forth. I saw Representative Warren's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, please in the future, wait to be called on.
Sorry about that.
So that we can make sure everybody gets into the conversation. Sheriff Lancaster, with an intent to try to be helpful of what the concerns are, I'm trying to understand. I don't think I have ascertained yet what is the issue that you see as causing more pressure on the jails. Can you articulate to us what part of this is giving you heartburn?
So if DHHS says that physical contact that has to happen, there is no safe place to do that in the jail. I already have a staffing that's stretched. And so I would have to pay time and a half for them to be reunited. And I don't even know how long that would be for. So that's my concern. It has an, I hope that helped.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff, are you saying, just so that I make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, are you saying that of the parents that are incarcerated in Somerset County Jail, they never get to have physical contact with their children?
So depending on the short answer to that is no. They do under special circumstances, but normally no, because of the contraband that usually comes in with the child. So depending on the circumstance, we look at it in its totality, and we occasionally do allow, but as a norm, no, we do not.
Well, at least it begins the conversation. There's a couple of words in that section, Sheriff, about reasonable opportunity and provide positive interaction as predictably achieved. I think one of your struggles in many jails, and yours is one of the newest ones, is having space and supervision of visits. But it is a goal, it is an expectation, and I would venture to guess in a smaller population, it's a case-by-case situation. I'm very cognizant of the fact of concerned about security. It's difficult sometimes to understand unless you have witnessed it, and I'm sure you have, that contraband comes in with children. So that's something, it brings on the discussion, and I would think your whole association would be discussing this. This is the intent of this bill, and this is the expectation. And especially with the Department of Corrections being responsible for standards, even in the jails, not sure if this would be considered a standard. So, Representative Warren?
I want to just do a quick follow-up. I don't think that that's what this bill is actually saying, though. So so now we've heard what Sheriff Lancaster thinks it's saying and what Senator DeChambeau thinks it's saying. I don't think that it's actually saying that. But Ms. Orbit, and I do see you, Representative Johansson, may we clarify what this issue is, just so we make sure we're all talking about a same understanding of the bill. And Representative Johansson is in line to speak. He had his hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Jane. I just wanted to say this, I think we're talking about section 6 of the bill, which is an amendment to 34A 3031. And 34A applies to Department of Corrections facilities. It does not apply to the jails. That's all I have. Thank you.
Representative Johansson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
At some point, maybe now isn't the right time, but at some point, I would like to hear from the sheriffs and Commissioner Liberty as to, this is a multifaceted bill, and it's been a while since the public hearing. Could we hear from them how this is going to affect them and how they'd have to change things to adapt to these? Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Johansson. Commissioner Liberty, are you prepared to respond to that concern?
Yes, thank you, Senator and Representative. We do have the data related to those youth that are incarcerated with us and in our care. We can get that information readily. As it relates to the visitation that Sheriff Lancaster was talking about, DOC facilities allows that contact visits with the children. It is challenging for many of the sheriffs, given the constraints of their correctional facilities and the transient nature of many of their offenders and their circumstances that they have. It is a challenge for all of them to allow contact visits, and that's a local decision that the sheriff and the jail administrators make, given their resources and their facilities. Thank you.
I've got Sheriff Morton here also and Sheriff Lancaster. I don't know of any others. The question was posed by Representative Johansson. If one of you wishes to respond.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us chime in. I appreciate all the work that you're doing on this important issue. Just real quickly on the, I guess I'm going to go backwards here a little bit. I hate to do that, but on the Board of Visitors, I think we understand the concept there. There's already some language there. Many Board of Visitors are up and running and have members that fit many of the categories. I will say this, please remember that these are volunteers. So if we make that category so specific, I see that it says, I think in Representative Talbot Ross comments about having an expert. We don't want to split hairs when it comes to what is an expert in the field. And I thought that's how it's written in there, to say that there needs to be an expert who was a female formerly incarcerated or something along those lines. So that's the only part on that. I'm a little bit concerned about the visitations because we're talking about two different standards. We're talking about Department of Corrections jail visiting standards, and then we're talking about Title 22, which allows for visitations by DHHS on the outside. I want to make sure that we're not taking two different standards here and mixing them. DHHS Title 22 may allow for one, while Department of Corrections visitation standards addresses another. Those are my two main concerns.
Senator Libby.
Thank you. So both Sheriff Morton and Sheriff Lancaster have raised concerns about the potential conflict in Title 22, but I'm looking at the plain language of the amendment as proposed by Representative Talbot Ross that speaks to these visitations being conducted as practicably be achieved while ensuring the emotional and physical well-being of the child. We're talking about the practicality of a visit in 15 different county jails, and it's just inconceivable to see how Title 22 could ever override what is contained in this bill, and with all the flexibility that county jails have in terms of conducting their visitation. So I understand the concern. I do not see where in the plain language of the amendment, that those situations that the sheriffs are concerned about could ever happen. I feel satisfied that those concerns are addressed in the plain language of the amendment, but I'd be curious to hear what other members of the committee have to say.
Representative Warren.
I would agree.
I just would add that that's what I was trying to say, reasonable and practicality. But Representative Morales?
I just want to agree and thank you for that clarification. Yes, I think there's lots of built-in flexibility here.
Ms. Sorbiton?
I'm sorry to come back to this, but Section 8 of the bill on visitation does not apply to the jails.
And I just would add that, and thank you, Rachel, for flagging this for us, that we actually passed a bill about in-person visitation of the county jails last year, and it became public law. So we might need to have a conversation offline. That's not what this bill is about. Again, as everyone has now heard, this bill does not have to do with visitation in the county jails, not in the same section. But this has brought up for us, for me, for sure, that we have some issues going on with the county jails and visitation and in-person visitation. So again, that's something we need to discuss at another time, not during this bill, because it's not what we're talking about. But if you go back and look at LD 767, which we passed last year and became public law May 5th, 2019, I think it'll answer some of the ambiguity happening at some of our county jails.
Any other questions? And thank you, Ms. Overton, for that. I skipped over that word, department. Thank you. Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that we're ready to go for a vote on this. There's 4 or 5 of the champions at this meeting are not sure what it says, and I certainly am not sure what it says. And I'm not so sure we should go for a vote on this at this time.
Well, there's a motion. Do we have a motion? I'm sorry, I didn't keep track. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Representative Johansson would be helpful is for us to go, would you want us to go back through what the bill is actually saying? Because we have a good sense, in this room at least, we're feeling like we have a good sense now of what the bill is asking. Would you want Representative Talbot Ross to just give you the overview of what this bill is asking for?
No, I sense that there's many people in the room sitting there with you that don't know what's going on. And the analyst isn't sure. I mean, we just found out that this doesn't apply to county jails. You can proceed with this if you want. I just don't believe you all have a good sense of what's going on either.
I think there was some misunderstanding regarding, was this having jurisdiction over the county jails regarding visitation? But I think we have cleared up, and for anybody that's part of this meeting, either in the room or on Zoom or watching by YouTube, this bill does not regulate visitation at the county jails. And you're right, there was confusion about that. The sheriffs were seeing that as a struggle for them, and that's where they were being opposed to this. But we have come to clarification that this bill does not have to do with visitation at the county jails. Is that helpful?
Yes, yes, but there was many other issues, and I'm okay. We can proceed if everybody else is okay. We can proceed ahead with it.
I would entertain a motion to, on the amendment, there's a couple of places we've changed. If you want to make one motion, that is acceptable. There's been a motion ought to pass as amended, seconded by Representative Morales. Motion was made by Senator Libby. I will wait. Ms. Semino, we're going to be voting.
Senator, you already had a motion on the floor. Senator, this is Jade. You already had a motion from Representative Warren, seconded by Penny Beebe Center. Representative Beebe Center.
I withdraw.
Senator Libby withdraws. Representative Warren?
And my motion includes these changes that we made. It already included the language that Representative Morales discussed. Correct? Great, thank you.
So there's a motion and seconded, and Ms. Semino is on her way.
And just to clarify, there was also suggested language from Representative Rackett on Section 5 of the bill.
Yes, that's included. Hello, Ms. Sumner. Yes, we're ready for our vote.
All right, Senator Deschambault.
Yes.
Senator Deschambault, yes. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Cooper.
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Beebe Center.
Yes.
Representative Beebe Center, yes. Senator Libby.
Yes.
Senator Libby, yes. Representative Carney.
Yes.
Representative Carney, yes. And Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. 7.
There is 7 votes here. We have 4 members who are on Zoom who may vote within 24 hours. We have Representative Pickett, Representative Johansson, Representative Lois Rickett, and Representative Patrick Corey. Ms. Orbiton, I'm ready to proceed when you are.
Oh,
you're all
sure.
set? Thank you. Moving right along.
Which bill do you want to do next?
What is it? I didn't.
20.
Yes. LD 2085, an act to ensure access to sexual and reproductive health care and education in all Maine's jails and state correctional and detention facilities.
Okay, this is a bill from Representative Talbot Ross. The bill was heard on March 2nd and worked on March 11th. The second work session was scheduled for March 18th and was canceled. In the initial packet, the original bill is in there and the bill analysis. This is also in today's supplemental packet with a new amendment from Representative Talbot Ross that's dated July 20th. And this bill, the amendment does affect both the jails and the Department of Corrections facilities. You can see that because there is amendment to Title 30A, which covers the jails, and there is an amendment to 34A, which covers Department of Correction facilities. In addition, there is a Sexual and Reproductive Health Care Advisory Committee. That committee was in the original bill, but it has been expanded in the amendment from Representative Talbot Ross today. She's here and I'm sure would be happy to speak to you.
Thank you, Ms. Overton. Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished members of Criminal Justice Public Safety, my name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland. This bill at its core is around sexual and reproductive health care and education in all of our correctional facilities. It does create an advisory committee that is specific to those issues. And what it does is ensure access to healthcare, sexual and reproductive health care for women who are incarcerated or a person who has a uterus. What it does not do is put a women's health care clinic inside every jail. We recognize and appreciate that our county jails and our state prison are doing good work, are doing all that they can, that we should, that they are not community centers, they're not healthcare centers, but yet they're doing a lot in terms of response and care for our those who are unfortunate to reside there. So this is not about adding to that burden by putting women's healthcare units in every single correctional facility. What it does do is really state in law that access to sexual and reproductive health care for women and those who have a uterus is absolutely the law of the land. There are, I believe, we have Dr. Sharpless that has joined us today and Dr. Denham perhaps that can actually walk us through the standards as it relates to this bill. We also have Planned Parenthood who testified at the hearing, should you want to hear from them about the ways in which this education can happen across all systems, that they've offered their resources and services in order to provide that education, therefore not putting any additional burden on our facilities. But this is an access, this is about access. And while we do have jail standards, I familiarized myself with the jail standards that I found dated 2017. It does talk about providing healthcare and access to healthcare in all facilities, but the standards does not mention specific standards, that the version that I saw, and it may not be the most recent, anything specific to gender responsive sexual and reproductive health care within those jail standards. So this is an access bill, and we believe also an education bill, and that the advisory committee is necessary for that kind of resource to the system and for transparency. I think that's it. If with the senator's approval, we do have two of the medical doctors who helped craft this bill that can talk about the standards that are mentioned in the bill, and then overall what the access to healthcare looks like as stated in the bill. They are with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. I'd like to first ask if any of the members here have any specific concerns, questions about the bill, or address it to anybody else that needs that. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any issues with the bill. I would have hoped that we're making sure that women that are incarcerated across the state, whether they're in county jails or in the Department of Corrections, are receiving the reproductive and sexual health services that they require. And again, this is not creating any new structure inside any county jail or any Department of Correction facility. This is just requiring that they receive the health services that they require.
Ms. Fowler, please. And could you identify yourself, Ms. Fowler?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Amy Fowler, Waldo County. Now I'm really confused, and I greatly appreciate the workmanship that's gone into this bill, Representative Talbot Ross, and your explanation, Representative Warren. However, if you specifically say this bill does not mention that it has to be done at a county facility, then I guess I'm wondering, do we provide a pamphlet, information to someone coming in? Because my interpretation of this, and I certainly am not an expert, but under Section 5, where you speak of another formed committee, and I think we all can agree, and I'll say, we have very few volunteers out there, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless them. It's always the same volunteers that come on all of these committees. So, but here is another committee, and it specifically speaks of this committee looking into the reproductive health and the education and so on of those who are incarcerated. So as a county commissioner and the bean counter for our facility, one, I want to make the very rabid statement, and it is factual. Ladies and gentlemen, by definition, we are a jail. We are being stretched to limits unimaginable. I have had the privilege of speaking with every one of the jail administrators in our state at the request of Representative Talbot Ross to receive information regarding this bill, and I heard back from all of them. Not only are we putting forward some extraordinary programs and stretching ourselves to the limits, we're working collectively together, and we are doing it with absolutely, positively no gender bias anywhere. If anything, my concern right now is for the male inmates who will receive less if some of these are implemented. And number two, there will be a cost to counties. I haven't figured out where the rabbit hole is yet, but there will be a cost. Folks, we are strapped at this point, and these jails are doing a phenomenal job with what they've got. I do not see how we are doing anything that we're not trying to improve upon every day with standards that are given to us and approved and monitored, and how we can be asked to do a job that should either be in the hands of DHHS or outside of of our facility. We are a jail. Thank you.
Sheriff Morton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee and all. We certainly appreciate the serious topic and the representatives' passion between bringing this forward. We, as you know, have a strong desire to make sure that we're providing safe and humane correctional facilities for all of those incarcerated. And when it comes to programming, this is one of the areas we've taken on mental health programming, we've taken on substance use programming, we've taken on medical care programs, education programs, and now we're trying to expand again what's happening within the county facilities, which is a huge challenge for all of us. I would say with this, and I agree with Representative Talbot Roth on this, is that perhaps we could do this through the standards committee that we already have in place. We already have a formula in place for a committee to come together through guidance with the Department of Corrections to look at the standards that we have. And if there's some tweaking that needs to be done there, and certainly if it's funded and we're able to do this, then those are things that we'd be interested in talking to. But to form another committee that's outside that might provide some unfunded mandates, which we continue to do. It was the Criminal Justice Committee, and I forget the representative who said this, is here we are talking about trying to reduce the need for the jail. Here we're trying to reduce the budgets in the jail, but now we're going to potentially ask the jails to do even more. While this is really an important issue, some of these should be addressed before people are incarcerated, certainly with programs that would follow up upon their release. Thank you.
Sheriff Morton, I thank you for your comments on that. I'm looking at the bill now, section 5. It does speak of Sexual and Reproductive Healthcare Advisory Committee. And then I hear you saying that there is currently and formally in place, I think you're talking about the Department of Corrections Standards Committee. Are you?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I was referring to. I think the representative and our group met a couple of times as we were trying to work through this bill and make sure that we understood the points of view on both sides here. And that's one of the areas that we had talked about is, couldn't we utilize the standards committee that we already have in place to talk about? And I think that was one of the representative's concerns, is that perhaps the standard that we had in place right now was too broad. As you know, different jails, certainly the 15 county jails, and I certainly won't speak on behalf of the state, the commissioner is here to do that. But our 15 county jails are providing various levels of medical services in our facilities. So in Penobscot County, it may be easy for me to say, this is something that I'm going to ask my medical provider to do during a physical. They can provide this information during a physical. That would be fairly easy for us to do here in Bangor. But that's not the same as all 15 county jails in the state. We have some that have part-time contractual medical providers that may not be able to do that. So that's where some of the cost comes in. But again, I go back to that the standards committee that we already have in place. If we could go back and revisit that and perhaps clarify some of these. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the comments coming from our jails, and they're not new. We have known for quite some time that our jails are strapped for funding and that they have been really akin to our emergency rooms in addressing the mental health disorder challenges and substance use disorder challenges and homelessness challenges, and really all of the lack of funding towards social determinants of health and housing and food and all of that. And the jails really have been that place. So I do understand. We've been having this conversation for a couple of years since I've been serving. But then again, and what I'm hearing is and maybe I'm wrong, from Amy Fowler, I think she's saying that she objects to just the advisory committee, which is what I think Sheriff Morton is saying as well. But more to just the content of the bill. I mean, I believe we have a provider on the call, and I'd like to hear from that person, if possible, or more, about whether or not we are meeting standards now. Because I believe what the purpose of the bill is, because we are not meeting standards, and these standards are so important: comprehensive access to healthcare, to reproductive healthcare, to sexual health services. And so I'd just like to, I know that we are strapped financially, but we also have a duty to provide healthcare for all of our inmates upon entering into our system. And so I'd like, if possible, Madam Chair, could we hear from one of the providers who's on the call to explain the situation today?
Thank you, Representative Morales. We could have an expert on the standards. I'm just concerned that the department does have a committee on standards, and I was taking issue with Section 5, but I will hear from, who is it? Is it Kathy? Kathy, yes. Yes, would you please identify yourself?
Certainly, and thank you so much, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren, for having me here to answer your questions. My name is Dr. Catherine Sharpless. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist. I work at Maine Medical Center. However, I'm speaking here as an individual and don't represent the Institute. I just wanted to express the importance of this bill, and we have identified a gap in care. Right now, the standards are not being met for the female population and for persons with a uterus. And I would refer you back to my written testimony and oral testimony regarding specific cases that we've been documenting over the years. And I would like to make a short comment about the formation of the committee as well, and express that I believe it's really important to have women on that committee who have a life experience with incarceration, and also experts in women's health. I think that this may have been lacking or is lacking on the current committee of which you are speaking. And I want to give one example that I haven't spoken about before, but and I also wanted to mention that the Department of Corrections seems to be 100% in support of this bill. And we've had informal talks with them regarding topics that could be discussed at a high level on a committee like this. And one such topic is, unfortunately, in this country, we've had a terrible history with sterilizing women against their consent. And for example, right now, women who are incarcerated are not having tubal ligations, which is a permanent sterilization surgical procedure. And why that is, I'm not quite sure. And who makes that decision, I'm not quite sure. But it does seem to me that that is one example of a high-level conversation where it shouldn't be left up to individual jails and prisons and on a case-by-case basis. A lot of the examples that I gave in my testimony were individual women. So individual women, decisions being made about their health care on an individual basis. It shouldn't be that way. We have a systemic problem that we've identified, and it needs to be solved in a systemic way. So I'm in full support of this bill. And if there's any other questions I can answer, I would be happy to.
Thank you. Any questions? Anybody else wish to make a comment? I will recognize Ms. Orbiton.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I believe I made a mistake when I drafted the bill, the amendment, and that is if you look on the first page under Title 30A, Section 1566, that applies to the jails. And under subsection 2 on sexual reproductive health care and education, there is a specific reference to the national standards of the American College of OBGYNs and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. That's supposed to be there. But I think that should also be on the second page under the provisions that apply to the Department of Corrections in Title 34A, Section 3031, subsection 10. I think the reference to the standards that I put under the jail piece also belongs under the DOC piece. Thank you.
Representative Cooper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a statement that we're talking here about fundamental human rights, and women have for too long been denied health care specific to their physical needs. The fact that it may cost money is just a fact of life. The jail does many things that cost money. So the fact that they have not been doing this means that they're going to have to rearrange their funding in some ways if we don't give them more money. But that is no reason not to proceed with requiring the implementation of services that are a fundamental right to half of our population. And so I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I have in front, I'm sorry. I have Representative Warren and I have Representative Johansson. So, okay. Representative Johansson?
Yes, Madam Chair. We elect our sheriffs, one in each county. If we wanted this run in exactly the same way in each county, we'd only elect one sheriff. I require my sheriff when I elect him to treat the prisoners right, because it may be somebody in my family that's the next prisoner. And we just can't keep sending these basic human rights. If it's that important, then let's pay for it. We have to pay for it.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion ought to pass as amended.
Seconded by, motion made by Representative Warren, seconded by BB Center. Senator Libby.
Thank you. I was just curious to hear from the sponsor or members of the committee on the suggestion that some of this work could be done by the Committee on Jail Standards, Policies, and Procedures. And I'm looking at the statute now, and it looks like this standing committee reviews for jails and municipal detention centers, issues ranging from transfer of inmates to pretrial assessments, evidence-based programs, literacy programs, mental health and substance use disorder programs, and things of that nature. And is there interest to try to amend the work of this standing group? I guess I'd be curious to hear what the sponsor has to say.
There's someone that could respond to that? Representative Talbot Ross?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we absolutely support and appreciate all the work that the Jail Standards Committee does, it does not have the expertise that's required to consider the sexual and reproductive health care of women and persons with the uterus need to have in order to make sure that the services are accessible and the standards are being met. This is very specific, Senator Liberty, to this particular area of gender responsiveness in our correctional facilities. It is not something that we believe can just be done to the level and that is required by simply adding 1 or 2 people to a jail standards committee. This advisory committee, for all intents and purposes, I would think would be an added benefit and resource to correctional facilities, because they know that they've got a small group of people who are literally just paying attention to this aspect of the incarceration of women and people with a uterus. So it adds no cost. As Ms. Fowler has indicated, this is volunteer work. My concern is not finding the volunteers, because we've never asked for volunteers that will just be paying attention to gender responsiveness and healthcare within our correctional facilities. So it is a very, while it's a welcome suggestion, it is not the same thing. And I would hope that the jails and prisons see this as something, as a resource and another place where information can be brought to bear. So this is a very specific advisory committee, and I do not believe it can be assumed by the jail standards committee. Thank you.
I want to say that I shared the same feeling as Senator Libby on that. I need to hear from the Department of Corrections, the Standards Committee. Is there someone? Oh, yes. Commissioner Liberty, maybe I need more information about the Standard Committee, but is that something that you would entertain and also invite members? That I would think before you would develop a policy or standard, you would have expertise in the subject. But I'm going to ask point blank if this is something that the Standards Committee could review.
This certainly is, and the Standards Committee can meet as often as quarterly or as often as we need, depending on the particular topic. And it's very common to bring in subject matter experts that can advise us so we can make informed decisions on that committee.
I will ask you, were you in support of this advisory committee when this bill was presented?
We believe that we could probably do a good job if we brought in subject matter experts with the Standards Committee, Jail Standards Committee.
Thank you. Representative Warren?
I would just like to call for a break when folks are done with discussion before we vote.
Representative Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reading through the bill right now. Is there any way somebody could give me sort of what the scope of services for prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal healthcare is?
Yes, Kathy, please.
Yeah, that's just routine pregnancy care and postpartum care. So this bill is basically normal healthcare, usual standard healthcare that anyone would receive who's not incarcerated. Very straightforward. Does that help?
I was looking more for like a scope of services, what the different things would be. I'm a guy, so yeah. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? So.
Okay, I can get very specific. So in the beginning of pregnancy, you come in and have your initial visit. Then you come every 4 weeks. Then at a certain point, around 28 weeks, you start coming every 2 weeks. And then around full term, which is 36, 37, you start coming weekly. And then it would also be labor and delivery. delivery. And then postpartum, right now we have appointments usually 2 weeks postpartum and 6 weeks, but the postpartum period actually covers all the way out to 12 weeks. But this is standard, national standard care guidelines that the American College of Obstetrician and Gynecologists kind of set the standard for how often visits occur. And there's blood work and ultrasounds along the way.
That was a little bit more descriptive. Thank you.
Commissioner Fowler, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to note, and perhaps this would help Representative Corey, under the sexual health and reproductive care education, in which we are to adopt the guidelines from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the National Commission on Correction Healthcare. It's unfortunate that the committee isn't provided with the list of standards for and from the National Commission of Healthcare. And I was able to obtain that on the internet. And I have to say, I'm a little bothered by the remark of I need to rearrange my budget, because, ladies and gentlemen, I am a woman, a mother, and a grandmother. I, just as much as any other human being, want to be sure that women receive adequate care. However, that being said, again, I remind you, the setting is not the place. We are, by definition, a jail. We are adhering and doing outstanding jobs right now, but I can tell you, point blank, these things and these additional standards will come with a significant cost, whether it is providing the care in the facility or outside of the facility. Isn't this the role of family planning in the general public and not our venue? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'll recognize Sheriff Morton, and then we will take a 10-minute break.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I apologize. I just be remiss if I didn't say, it shocks me to think that some would not believe that female inmates currently incarcerated are receiving some of these services. I testified during the hearing openly on behalf of Maine Sheriffs, but certainly of Penobscot County, to talk about the information that our medical provider shared with us, to say that when they're questioning female inmates incarcerated here during the physical process, that they are receiving more care here than they ever received before they came into our facility. And we follow up on that. As you recall, I testified about the amount of times that we're setting up appointments for individuals to attend upon their release. So to say that people aren't getting vitamins while they're here, or not going to have ultrasounds, or as the doctor just said, we're transporting this past year, there were 3 ladies who had children here, and working as diligent as we possibly can through making sure that more are diverted through Maine Pretrial Services and others, so that nobody would ever have a child here. In some cases, that's just not possible. And in those cases, we were transporting this young lady out every couple of days to the doctors. So for those to say that this isn't happening, I'm a little bit shocked. I just think that while it may not be the intent, the scope of the bill could potentially shift us to be taking on even more than those basic needs. What the doctor said, I thought, to me, sounded like those are basic needs. Those are not above and beyond. That's basic care. I see the doctors saying yes, so that's basic care. That's being provided. I think it's going above and beyond that is why we feel it's important that the Department of Corrections Standards Committee bring in some outside experts and talk about how far does those standards of care go. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Sheriff. 10 minutes.
Hey, Amy Fowler.
Yes,
I had a question for you. Can you give me a call? I'll put in the text my email or my phone number.
certainly. Hey, if somebody on here can get a hold of Representative Corey, because I know he sent me his number.
Yeah, you just need to look in the chat function. See down below where it says chat, look in there.
Troy, how you doing?
All's well in Bangor, Maine.
All right, all right.
If we can, I'd like to chat sometime this week. I'm over capacity again.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
What do your numbers look like?
160.
Are you really?
Kathy, are you okay with that?
Hey, Troy. This is Patrick Corey. I just left a message for you. Do you mind giving me a call?
Hello, we're back. Um, I would recognize Rachel Talbot Ross, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to do some more work on this bill. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Are we back on?
Yes, we are. We're back on.
Oh, okay.
Ready? Thank you.
I think so. And the guys that are interested are really interested. So that's half the battle as far as.
Senator, Madam Chair, I'm just getting some feedback, so I didn't know if you wanted me to proceed.
You just never know.
Some feedback somewhere.
So, you don't get too excited about.
Okay, if Senator Shambo, I can proceed.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So thank you, distinguished members of criminal justice, public safety. I think I just wanted to say to the sheriffs who are participating in this meeting and to the Maine Sheriff's Association, my deep appreciation for always being able to work on these issues together. And I hear you, Sheriff Morton, in particular, about the use of the Jail Standards Committee, and respect all of the work that's being done, the enormous amount of work that Ms. Fowler has talked about as well. I would, in order to move this forward, I would like to amend the bill to show the advisory committee that's stated with its current membership as a subcommittee of your jail standards committee, and therefore the consistent voice of women and providers of sexual and reproductive health care have an ongoing relationship with every one of the correctional facilities, and that there's no added burden or cost to the system overall. And propose that as a way to move forward. I truly appreciate everything that has been said and believe this would be a good way to come together, recognizing that there needs to be consistent voice around gender responsiveness and healthcare in our system, throughout our system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Libby.
Thank you. My question is for Jane. Is there a pending motion before us?
Yes, there's already an ought to pass as amended from Representative Warren, seconded by Representative Beebe Center.
I would like to withdraw my motion. And Representative Beebe Center has stated she'd like to withdraw her second.
Senator Shambo?
Yes. You
So I'd like to move ought to pass as amended, and the amendment incorporates the amendment that is dated July 20th, proposed by Representative Talbot Ross, with a friendly amendment that moves section 5 of the amendment, moves section 5, which is the advisory committee, into Title 34, section 1208, which is where the standards committee is contained.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? If not, I will call for a vote. We all set? Excuse me. Ms. Overton, you have a question?
Nope.
All set? Thank you. We will call for a vote.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau, yes. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. Representative Cooper?
Yes.
Representative Cooper, yes. Representative Bibi Sena?
Yes.
Representative Bibi Sena, yes. Senator Libby?
Yes.
Senator Libby, yes. Representative Carney?
Yes.
Representative Carney, yes. Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Morales, yes. That's 7.
Thank you. The vote is 7-0. Ms. Surbiton, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All set? Okay.
Sure. This is the last bill?
Yes.
The very last bill? Should we have some sort of party for it or something? For the whole 2 years. This is LD 2043, an act to reclassify certain offenses under IF&W and motor vehicle laws and increase the efficiency of the criminal justice system. The sponsor of this is Representative Warren. And there's been a lot of work done on this. And the most recent redraft proposed amendment looks like the Word produced bill in if you get it off the computer system, but it is printed with red ink making the changes. In your packet today, it was toward the end of the packet, but not stapled with the front. It was posted on the web this morning under the supplemental packet. And Representative Warren's been working on it, and I'm sure she'd like to explain it to you.
Thank you, Ms. Orbit, and thank you. And I just want to give a special thank you to Lieutenant Scott, who is still in his car, and he has been really hanging in here and with us all morning, waiting for this bill. But more, gosh, we've worked this bill so many different versions. I'll tell you a little bit about the genesis of the bill. This bill was written by the prosecutors. So when all of the prosecutors in the state come together unanimously and say they'd like to put forward a bill, you're happy to be the one to sponsor it. So it was actually written by District Attorney Collins up in Aroostook County. And I was asked to sponsor it and did so. At the very beginning, there were some issues that I agreed with, both in meeting with the commissioner and deputy commissioner and folks from IF&W. We fixed those issues. You'll remember they are now in support of the bill. We did that while we were still here together in session. And then there were some issues with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and the changes that we had made there. That gave me the opportunity to go sit with Director Gilmet, who many of you know probably is my best friend's father. So I got to spend some time with him and made additional changes. The sort of final last piece was that we had made some mistakes in the drafting about the fines. We were basing the fines that we were putting in as new on things that we saw in the amendment without having access to what the full fine schedule was. And a big thanks to Lieutenant Scott. He provided us with all that information, and we have amended it. That was our latest amendment, was to fix those fines. I'm hopeful that we did do that to his satisfaction or to the department's satisfaction. And remember that the reason that the prosecutors brought this forward is they're trying to take a bunch of criminal offenses that they believe would be better handled not in the criminal division, if I'm saying that right, but more through civil violations or infractions, depending on if you're talking about IF&W laws or motor vehicle laws. So that's sort of where we are. I'd love to hear from folks if we didn't do all the work that we think we've done, or if we've left something hanging. I sure want to fix it so that we can get this across the finish line. So thank you for the opportunity.
Anybody have any questions of the sponsor or of Lieutenant Scott? And I also want to thank you, Lieutenant Scott. Seeing none, this is something we've been reading for a long time. Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Warren, and everyone who worked so hard on this bill. I'd like to offer an amendment, and it goes specifically to Part B around violations for not having your vehicle registered. And, you know, the purpose of this amendment is to take away from our law enforcement the administrative responsibility to be the primary enforcement mechanism of failing to register a vehicle. So specifically what this amendment does is it makes clear that law enforcement that the primary reason for pulling over a driver in a traffic stop cannot be an expired registration. And I make this amendment for three primary reasons. The first one is, you know, timely registration and payments of registration fees is really an administrative function. It's a fee collection function as opposed to a true public safety function. And it ties in as well to having law enforcement pull folks over and be on the side of the road. And we've seen in Maine that that can be a dangerous place for law enforcement. And on the third reason, which is, you know, sort of in the context of where we are today, traffic stops disproportionately impact Black and brown people. So we've been hearing and seeing a lot of the movement for Black lives here in Maine as well. And what we do know from some of the data is that Black and brown people are more likely to be arrested in Maine than white people. Black people represent about less than 2% of our population, but they make up 5% of our arrests. In my city of South Portland, Black people are more likely to be arrested than white people by 3.5%. In Auburn, it's by 4%, by 4 times more likely. Sorry, let me say that again. In South Portland, Black people are 3.5 more times likely to be arrested than white people. In Lewiston, it's 2.8 times more likely. In Portland, it's 2.6 times more likely. And in Bangor, it's 3.2 times more likely. And this is just from Portland Press Herald reporting fairly recently about this. Nationally, according to the New York Law School research, Black drivers are 20% more likely to be pulled over than white drivers. In Maine, we unfortunately don't have all of that data, but there's no reason to believe that we are exceptional in this way. We just haven't yet made it a priority to examine traffic stops from a racial equity lens. And so what this amendment simply does is to remove, again, I'll just state it clearly, to make sure that the primary reason for pulling someone over will not be because of an expired registration.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Morales. I fully support the amendment for all of the reasons that Representative Morales stated.
Was that in the form of a motion or just discussion on the amendment right now? Thank you. Any discussion? Anyone? Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And and I listened carefully during the amendment. I wish we had a way in white collar crime, and it's called white collar crime because it mostly affects whites, and the black and brown people are not included in that. And I find that I'm discouraged that only the vast majority of them are white people that are being arrested for white collar crime, and I was hoping we'd find a way to address that. Uh-oh.
Senator Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if Lieutenant Scott could give us some feedback on how the suggested amendment sort of plays out in the real world. That would a prohibition on patrol officers pulling a vehicle over based on expired tags, would that have the effect of reducing the number of stops, or would it not have an effect? I guess I'm asking the question because I'm not a patrol officer. And I'm not quite sure how that would work.
Lieutenant Scott?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking a moment to hear our position on that. Unfortunately, the state police and the Department of Public Safety really didn't have an opportunity to consider this type of an amendment. So I can't speak for a policy decision on our agency, but I can tell you that it would be a change in how we conduct business, that typically somebody who does not register their vehicle would be committing a crime. This bill seeks to decriminalize that and turn it into something less. And then the amendment would seek to have it be a secondary infraction. It brings me back to thinking about a time a couple of years ago, we had a trucking company that had built up $75,000 in tolls that they continued to evade. And the Maine Turnpike Authority made a request that we stop that vehicle to deal with that. It sounds like that would change that. It would be administrative, and we'd have to continue to maybe let that vehicle drive off. So it's a tough thing for law enforcement to go from 0 to 100, and certainly not having that authority to be able to stop a vehicle based on any violation of law. That's sort of been our status quo for years. So again, I won't comment on a policy decision, but from a practitioner, I would feel as though taking that authority to stop a vehicle away from us based on registrations would just seem like a step in the wrong direction. With everything going on out there and decriminalizing as it is, I would like to continue to be able to at least enforce those laws when I see them and not make that a secondary offense. So that's Bruce Scott's opinion, not the Department of Public Safety. And if you have any more questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Lieutenant Scott, I have to follow up on that. The way I'm reading Part B, Section B1B, basically a civil violation punishable by a fine of up to $50 if the vehicle was not registered or the registration had expired for 150 days or more. It leads me to read that as someone who did get a warning, that if it is less than 150 days, it's almost like a friendly warning. I never got a civil violation or a punishment for that other than a reminder that I needed to do that. Is that basically what would happen with a law enforcement officer if they stopped a car that was not registered for 60 days?
Well, current statute, it's between 30 and 150 days as a traffic violation. If it's more than 150, it would turn to criminal. And you can be summoned after the first 30 days.
Okay.
So that 60-day period, you could issue a summons for. That current fine with fees and surcharges would be $85. And then the bill would be changing this to fair to register a vehicle for $200.
Thank you for that. Any other comments made? Representative Bibi Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we put the seatbelt law into effect and when we put handling cell phones in the car into effect, we didn't have those immediately be arrestable or stopping offenses. We made them a secondary. And I'm just wondering, since we're trying to change some of these laws, if it might not be a way to start. So it wouldn't be the primary reason for stopping. It could, once they were stopped, it could be a secondary reason.
Madam Chair, if I could just comment on that.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So not quite accurate. LD 165 was the hands-free bill turned into statute under 29A, 21, and 21. And that is a primary offense. Seatbelts were originally a primary offense. It did go through a period of time that they make it a secondary offense, and that lasted 3 or 4 years. And that got changed back to becoming a primary offense as well. So if you were to look at Title 29A, this would be the only law in Title 29A that was not a primary stop or a primary offense, if that makes sense.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. And thank you, Lieutenant Scott, and everyone for weighing in. You know, I think the reason that we brought this bill forward and the reason that we're having these conversations are because we have a systems problem. If we think about the last bill, we spend all of our time talking about how much it's going to cost to provide basic human rights to people that we're incarcerating. We also should be talking about how do we fix not sending so many people into the criminal justice system in the first place. You might say that, you know, we have a bit of an epidemic, a systems problem within the criminal justice system is the way that I think of it. When we started to deal with this pandemic in Maine, we immediately said, you don't have to worry about registering your car, right? We have a large issue, and we're gonna say you don't have to deal with that right now. We're gonna shut down, and so I would say that we also have a systems problem where we're feeding way too many people through our criminal justice system. And if this is one way, I'll tell you, I implicate myself a little bit here, but my registration had run out and I didn't realize it. It's a problem with having a legislative plate, right? You can't see the little sticker that's underneath it on your plate. You can't see it. And I realized it because as I went to go through TransPass, it didn't turn green, or whatever we have here in Maine. It didn't turn green, it turned yellow. And I was like, ooh, maybe I owe money. What's the issue? It was dealt with me in an administrative way, right? I had that little notification by that yellow light, and then I went and rectified the situation. In fact, I was overdue. Always embarrassing to go back into City Hall where you were once mayor when your registration is overdue. But I think what we're trying to say here is, here's an opportunity to move something out of the criminal realm and put it in the administrative realm. Why do we expect our law enforcement officers to also be doing this? To also be the regulators of everybody in the state who's registering their car or not. Now, we aren't saying that you don't have to inspect your car. That's absolutely a safety issue. But this is something that we could move into an administrative arena. We know there are issues. We know what the data is in Maine. We know what the data says about arrests in Maine. We in this committee have had numerous presentations from the Council of State Governments where they presented to us the data about arrests, and that there are serious racial disparities in Maine happening with traffic violations. This is an opportunity to start to reverse it. It's one tiny thing. And I see it as a systems issue, and I hope that we can get behind and support it.
Representative Johansson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the district attorneys gave us this bill because they're frustrated with the legislature and the courts. Folks are not paying their fines, and this is contributing to the jail and to the people in the courts. Maybe we need to be looking at turning that over, because the judges don't want to be bill collectors, and they're not, and they're doing an awful job at it now, and that's causing a big backlog. I don't think this is the answer. The district attorneys gave us this because they need something done, but I don't think this is what we need.
Any other comments? If not, Representative Corey.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm sort of the belief that, like, I feel like this is a really big thing. It may not seem like a big thing. Lieutenant Scott certainly made it sound like it was kind of a big thing. I don't know how we wouldn't need more public input for this. I was all set to go on this bill, but adding this one extra piece to it, I'd love to hear from, the DMV on this. I'd love to hear from towns on it. I'd love to hear from other groups on it. I feel to add this in without, any discussion from sort of those other people that this is going to affect is important. And I'm open to doing it. I just need to know what the effect down the line is.
Yes. Who's here? Mr. Ben Tucker. I don't know if he wants to weigh in. Can someone weigh in and answer the question that Representative Corey had? No. So, any other comments? Oops. Representative Reckett.
I see this bill as a very small step in a comprehensive review of what we can do that will change the criminal justice system without harming it, vis-a-vis how we treat, as the Victoria calls it, Black and brown people. There's a huge movement in this country, nobody has missed it, I'm certain, that has caused upheaval in a lot of places. There were public demonstrations about it here in Maine. And I think that because I believe that in the 130th, there will probably be a major initiative to try to do a multitude of things that will change how the criminal justice system interacts with our citizens. This one, I think, reminds me of the whole business with tickets when the Violations Bureau got started, in order to take the paying of tickets out of the hands of the courts, so that they could be done more efficiently and it didn't have to be a criminal justice issue. And I see this in the same way, except I see it as a message to the people of Maine to say that we may not be able to do much right now, but we heard the voices saying we have to do something. And this is one thing that we can do. And I think I think that I understand what Lieutenant Scott is saying, but I think that this, as soon as they adjust to the concepts, I think, frankly, this will be a help to the police. Because in fact, it will take one thing out of their hands that they don't necessarily have to do. And I think there are a lot of things they have to do, and I want to give them the capacity to do that. But I don't want us to continue to have them do something as simple as this that is not necessary for them to handle the first round of. So I'm in favor of doing this. If I had a magic wand, I'd probably do a lot more, but I couldn't tell you what. That's part of the problem. So I think that it's important that we send this message to the people who we have heard from, who have said loud and clear, including in my city, what in the heck are we doing about this question? And I think this is an answer that we're taking a tiny step we can, because we spotted this one and we were able to do it at this juncture. That's it.
Representative Corey?
Yes. But this is again where I'd like sort of a lot more information about this particular issue. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that probably I let mine go a little bit past due once. I don't recall getting a letter or anything like that, with them trying to collect that money. I'd like to think that things like that go out, but this is why I'd really like to hear from the Secretary of State or the BMV on this. I'm not trying to be closed-minded about doing this at all. If this seems to make sense, I'm down with doing it. But I think for us to try to make decisions here without information is a horrible, horrible idea. Like, I just feel like we need more information on this particular issue. And like I said, I could be extremely receptive to doing this, because on face value, it makes sense. But, doing things in the absence of information just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Corey. We do have folks on that could weigh in if they chose to, but the fact that they're not weighing in, I mean, we do have the attorney from the Bureau of Motor Vehicles here. We have lots of law enforcement officers here. I think that if they're not weighing in, I'm not personally willing to force them to weigh in. And I think that we are having a national conversation about police officers have too much on their plate. And if this is an opportunity to take something off their plate, I hope that we'll all take it, because it is what we've been talking about. They're doing too much. But again, I will say that there are folks that if they wanted to share information, they are on the Zoom with us right now.
Chair, this is Ben Tucker from the BMV. Not sure that you can see me, but can you hear me?
Yeah, ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you for pointing that out, Chair Warren. As Representative Corey asked his question, I think my initial response is that the amendment offered by Representative Morales is about the enforcement of the requirement, and therefore, at this time, I wouldn't have a position for or against this, because this is a policy question about how the legislature would want to enforce the registration requirement. And as you've heard from Lieutenant Scott, he's given information about what the practical implications would be for the police on that, but that would be my initial response.
Representative Corey?
So I guess I would still have a question for Mr. Tucker then on that. And that would be like, how does the BMV sort of enforce similar type violations? Do they send a letter? What exactly happens there, so that, like I said, I can be, very receptive to this. I just am curious what that sort of enforcement function is. We certainly don't want people running around with cars they're not registering. And then, I'd certainly also hate to see a situation where, somebody shows up at town hall, and had forgotten to register their vehicle, and all of a sudden they're actually calling the police to say, look, this thing has gone by for 6 months now. This person is now committed a crime, and you need to come arrest this person. I need to know what that looks like.
If I may, Chair, may I respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Tupper, please.
Representative, just to respond to Representative Corey's question, BMV is not we don't enforce this. Currently, registration deadlines and expirations are either violations or crimes that are enforced by law enforcement.
That helps. Thank you.
Representative Record. Representative Record, you're muted.
In the manner of true confessions here, when I was on the police academy board, I used to park back up in wherever the old academy was, now escapes me, Waterville, I guess. I parked there for 6 months with an expired registration sticker while I was going to the academy board. I had no clue my registration had expired. I didn't discover it till I went to pay my taxes, because I went to look and see what I was going to deduct from my taxes for my car registration. And I discovered I hadn't registered the car. So I was in a total tizzy. So I, of course, first call the police and say, I got to drive to the city hall. You're going to arrest me on the way? No, just drive to city hall and take care of it. So I went to city hall, and my penalty was I had to pay the damn thing. I had to pay for the 6 months I hadn't registered it, plus my new registration. And that was really the enforcement action, was you had to pay it anyway, for heaven's sakes. But in the meantime, I'm in total agreement around things like inspection stickers. That is a public safety issue. But I don't think that registration is. I think it's an important civic responsibility. And I think that we ought to find a way to continually harass people that don't register their vehicles. But I don't think that way is to stop them on the side of the road and risk the police officer's life and risk a myriad of other things, which I couldn't name for you. So that's just my opinion. I had not thought of this concept until Representative Morales brought it up, but it speaks to me. I think it's a small thing that we can do. And I think if we discover it's a terrible thing after 6 months, we can change our mind, for Lord's sakes. It's not like we haven't passed bills and taken them back. So I think that it's a reasonable, tiny thing, and I think we ought to try it.
Yes, thank you. I would entertain a motion so we can move this along. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion ought to pass as amended, and I should say as amended, as amended, as amended, since I think we're on like our 4th or 5th version of this bill, but ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Senator Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion on Representative Morales's friendly amendment. I'm in the same position as Representative Corey and others that I'm very open to this, but after a public hearing and input from affected parties, I think it's a pretty substantive change that I think very well could be the right policy, and I could see myself supporting it, but I feel like I don't have all of the evidence and testimony before me to make the best decision. So, so that's my position on the friendly amendment.
Anyone else? Representative Morales?
Yes, I want to just say thank you to everyone. We have had such a robust discussion, and I really want to say thank you to Representative Reckitt, because it is a small thing that we can do, and I don't know how much data we'd need to have to know how this has impacted many members of our community, many family members of ours, many young people. We certainly know traffic stops are one way to enter into the criminal justice system. And we know the harm that it causes to our individuals, our constituents who are Black and Brown and Indigenous and others, and their children. We know that. We've talked about that today. And I think one of the goals that I have sitting on this committee, and I think we all have it because we've spent 2 years together trying to make less criminals if we can, and really focus on public safety. And so this is just, as Representative Reckitt said, this is such a small piece that I think can be dealt with more administratively with municipalities and the DMV and Violations Bureau, as opposed to having our police force, who, it has been said, have a lot on their plate that are truly public safety matters. You know, and we mentioned the seatbelt law, we mentioned the cell phone, and that, you know, we tried this approach with them, but they are truly public safety issues, right? We all recognize that when you're driving and you're distracted, that is a true public safety issue. And none of us need to see the data of how many people get in car accidents to make that determination. We know that. So I guess just in summary, I think I would just hope that folks would, you know, we can look at lots of data down the line, but we know that this impacts lots of folks. It impacts our police force in a way that it takes away their time from other really important things that need to be done. Thank you.
Representative Cooper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've lived in Maine for 23 years. I think I've been late in registering my car almost every year, and it was certainly unintentional. But let's face it, you have to look at your little tab on your license plate to remember when it's due. When I lived in Washington, D.C. for over 20 years, they'd send me a renewal notice. I don't know why Maine can't do that. And if they did, people would register on time. It's very simple. And it would also save them a lot of money because they'd get the money on time. So I know that's not part of the bill, but I intend to write to the Secretary of State and suggest that. But in terms of this bill, I think it's absolutely clear that this is not a criminal matter and it should never have been, and let's just fix it. Thank you.
Oops, I know, I should know the answer to this. Paying registration, the revenue goes where?
Well, part of your registration is your excise. We're still collecting it.
I am calling for a break. Again, thank you for your indulgence. We want to get this right no matter how long it takes, really. Did I just lose the sponsor of the bill? Ms. Semino, if you would come before us, I think we're going to move the question and have a vote. And I don't know where Ms. As we wait for Ms. Semino and hopefully Representative Warren. Did you find that? Yes, the motion's been made by Representative Morales, seconded by BB Center. We will take a roll call, please. Yes, yes. No, wait a minute. The motion. Yes, excuse me, yes. The answer is yes.
We're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Cooper,
Yes.
Representative BB Center,
Yes.
Senator Libby,
Yes.
Representative Carney,
Yes.
and Representative Morales.
Yes.
That's 7.
Unanimous by the people we have here. Well set. Okay. Mr. Orbiton, is there anything else you wish? You're fine? Thank you. I want to thank everybody for putting up with all of us. You know, the end of the session, the heavy-duty complex bills are there, and you just witness what goes on. So thank you all very much for coming, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.